Hello, hello. How was everyone's long weekend?
According to an official, Iraq exported 3.296 million barrels per day of crude oil in November.
It was alright. Good to not be in front of a computer screen. I'll say that much. I'm very curious to see how we interact with this area. This is that 140 I just talked about. Video. What? Why are you banned? Please check the Google Workspace Administrator. It sounds like your wherever you are, Dubs doesn't want you to watch YouTube. Okay. So we're looking at this area as a potential bounce point. If we go back to that previous chart I just posted, what I'm looking to see is now that we've done this full move up from where we thought buyers would be, and then we got our choppy crap here, we are now back into this upper auction that we identified. So we expected this to be a resistance on first attempt in this red area. But what are we looking for now? Well, we need to figure out if this is going to act as a resistance, right, and then continue downward to retrace this structure, or if we can build here in this mother bar that we created, this large upside candle. So what I want to see happen today, ideally, is this area holds as supportive, and we're able to then build above in here for continuation up, right? So I'm looking for buyers to be present here where they were the last time we attempted this area, and to lift off of this for continuation up. That is literally it. Because if we don't have this, we're going to have to look at this as a resistance for a rotation back down. So really curious to see if we can continue to find buyers in this lower quadrant and hold our mother bar candle and then rotate up for, again, it would be about 100 points up into 240 from our 140 area if we could do this. And this is just a rotation of this range here. From there, we have to see if we can secure above, right? But until then, I'm just kind of watching to see how this interaction happens. Because again, there's no structure below us. So if we don't hold this, I'd kind of be expecting us to at least have to rotate back down into here. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I don't know. I mean, just really looking for that interaction here in this 120, 140 area. I'm out 1 from 140 here into 170. So I just don't see the logic if we can't find bids in this low. We definitely just head down like another 100 points if we don't see this hold is supportive. Yeah. there any good deals today? Or is everything garbage? Should be resistance short term at least. I'm not too sure what happens here. Got to break downtrend, but expect us offer to be holding into this like 185, 190. Just got to see how we react. We can look and see on footprint. This is where POC is from the sell side candle on our push down. Got a really nice bounce from our 140 area, and it rotated up 44, 48 points from there. I don't know where we go from here. We might need to chop. We could go down. I just don't know. We have to see how we interact into the seller. What I'd like to see is this be able to just kind of like flag it out here and then make this supportive above value, right? So I'm staying in because we're still holding higher lows. We've already taken off, took off, I cannot speak. We've already taken off 30 points, so might as well leave a runner. But I want to see this break the downtrend and ideally be able to build support above our value area here for a continuation higher. Need to see this break and this continuation up. This is ES into previous day value low and our value high on the day. So just full range rotation here from our reversal zone off of PVZ, right from the green box low all the way up to our value high. So that's kind of your full risk off. Same thing on NQ, just full range. We're going to see if we can break out here or if we're going to chop it up and stay within our balance. Says Russell into VWAP from our bounce at ADR low and our value edge from below, right? We're now just into our VWAP edge. So just a full reversion to our mean. I don't know if we go higher from here or not. I really don't. But this makes for a really great first target, understanding that this is just the top of our balance. Ideally, again, we can get continuation with higher lows and just be able to kind of continue onward across the board off of a rejection from our value edge, but then a pretty shallow pullback, and then a continuation higher with our value edges going supportive on a look above. If we can't do that, right, then we're just going to be rotating back down to POC below us across the board. Oh my god. What am I looking at, kids? What is this? What even is that? Chow? CHAU? I don't think I've ever even heard of that. What is a CHAU? Oh, China Bowl? No, it's a Direxion. Huh. Can you look up what Ying has? It's hard to want a long, where's, yeah, Yin and Yang. But there should be the other, bull and, uh, sectors. No. Open list. Where all my... So your bear 3 times is Yang. Is there any flow in that one?
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $873.1 million, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $776.1 million.
Okay. I don't know what the other... Did they change names? So Yin is China Bull 3 times Direxion. Why do they have two? Okay, so this is just for their top 300. That's interesting. God, it's in such an awkward position with the gap down and then the gap up. I've never heard of Chow. That's so weird. Did they change name? Why did they create another leveraged ETF? Yeah, look at the volume on that thing. Garbage. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard with leveraged ETFs because they're expecting a move, right? But you don't know if they're long or short, and if they're just they're hedging with a leverage device. But what it does, it should be short term regardless. Like you don't put on a leveraged position like that. unless you're expecting some crazy volatility short term, or it's just not worth. Yeah, it's just weird to see it in that Chow one instead of Yin or Yang. Usually that's where you see like your leverage flow come in from. Ugh. I just had 3 espresso shots. I'm gonna be going crazy here in a minute. I don't know if we're breaking out here anytime soon. How much time do we have left in this candle? 10 minutes? 11 minutes, really? Buyers still look fine. Sellers definitely trying into this 180 edge, but I don't think it really matters. Just looks like we're flagging on the 15 or higher. Just don't know how long we're gonna have to chop up here. Not really seeing any interest on ES up into these highs as of yet. Russell's whatever, middle of range, right? VWAP still resistance, but holding POC is supportive here. ES and NQ just into our value high. Just kind of waiting to see if we can. This is, I think, the important thing to keep an eye on is can we continue to see interest above this sell side POC from our previous candle, right? Because as long as that's happening, we have potential to rotate up. But we know this is where our resistance is, right? So we gotta see interest above.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $81 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 4.415%, and a prior bid cover of 3.1. The US sells $72 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 4.34%, and a prior bid cover of 2.69.
Can't believe Braxton took a play on Friday. That's crazy to me. AMD. I mean, it looks like it worked, but did you guys trade Friday? Last Friday? Yeah, it couldn't be me. I didn't even look at a market. Yeah, same. I was peeling potatoes. See what happens on RTY here. Retesting VWAP. ES and NQ sideways. About pulling back.
Treasuries pair declines, 10-year yield lower than 2-year.
Yeah, the tariffs could definitely be part of it. But to be honest, like again, like that shouldn't affect Chinese stock. Like it doesn't punish the companies whatsoever, just the consumer. $32, $199. It's not bad. It's pretty good. $2K monitor, $199. It just sucks that it's curved. If you want multiple. If it's your solo monitor, 32 is not bad for curve. But you don't want to stack those. I hope the curved gimmick goes away. So far, resistance is holding, but I'm not incredibly like I don't know if we're gonna do the full rotation back down or not. I'm just kind of waiting patiently. Russell was able to hold where we needed to and is now pushing into our value high edge in our ETH low on RTY. So we're watching to see if that can find support.
That's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US
NQ, of course, just falling off from seller.
Prior high yield
Just
4.415%
one.
and a prior bid cover of 3.1. The
I'm
US
not.
sells $72 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 4.34% and a prior bid cover of 2.69.
I think we could see a pullback on Russell into VWAP as support to before we go. I don't know. I'm looking at something like this potentially. Flag here. And then we can get a continuation. I'm watching for something like that. I think NQ is just being a little bit more volatile while we wait for Russell and ES to break. Here's our test into VWAP here on Russell. We'll see if this can find a bid or not. It's a structure, basically a retest. Can we hold previous structure where our seller was? Is this now our buyer? And can we see some sort of higher bid to show a willingness to, hold these higher lows? If this was going to be like a channeling structure, can we find a bid here for a continuation? That's all I'm really watching for. Just think about it like this, like a channel. Yes, retesting our value edge again. For long continuations across the board, we just have to see interest above our value edge.
Shortly expecting the results
40
of three
seconds until new
6-month bill
15s.
auctions. I'll lead with the high yield of whichever comes first.
%8 off. Huge. Yeah, I mean, they're not like crypto bubble expensive, but they're still pretty bad. New 15s have opened. Holding POC of previous candles so far and NQ. Russell holding our VWAP still, just flagging, trying to get over that ETH low and value high edge. Same with ES, just kind of stuck here between our ETH high and our previous day value high and current value high. Waiting for someone to either break us out or send us back down.
According to a survey, OPEC crude output rose 120,000 barrels per day to 27.02 million barrels per day in November.
Am I looking at meme coins? I really have not looked at meme coins since the last rally. I find it's never really a great time to look at meme coins when
So
Bitcoin's
3-month
moving
bill high yield
as
4
much
spot
as it
4%,
is.
4.4% bid to cover ratio, 2.89, 2.89. So the US sells $82 billion in 3-month bills and awards 25.22% of bids at high.
Usually, unless you're like in something that's getting pumped by some like Twitter furu, it's never really a great time for memes. When you've got Bitcoin near all-time highs and most of the liquidity is being pushed into like those names. Memes are usually best in a sideways market on BTC, and liquidity has some flexibility to kind of rotate towards those names. But maybe there's something there. I don't know.
And 6-month bill high yield 4.305%,
We definitely hit
4.305% bid to cover
100K.
ratio 3.02, 3.02. So the US sells
We
$73
just sold
billion in
immediately from
6-month bills
100K.
and awards 88.93% of bids at high.
Like if you look at your BTC chart, we hit 100K and then immediately sold down $5,000. Every time we've come up there, we've just sold. Like the wall is pretty nuts. Have I seen the speculative XRP move? No, I don't look at XRP. 75-inch TV. Yeah, it's too big, man. My dad bought like I think he's got a 75, and it's too big. Yeah, no one needs a TV that size. I've got like a 65, and it still feels way too big. Yeah, it just feels so fragile. I totally agree. If you have kids, like that's just you're just asking for that thing to break. And every time I move, it's like walking on eggshells trying to get that thing out of my apartment. Can you look at Santa Pepe really quick? Uh, can I? Is that on Tradeovate? We can try. I don't know if it's gonna be on here. It doesn't look like it. If it's not on Tradeovate, or sorry, TradingView, I'm not gonna go on to like CoinGecko or something like that. Is this like a Solana meme? Let me see what platform it even trades on. Yeah, Solana meme. Anything that's like a Solana meme is, I mean, it is what it is, man. Every single one of them is just a pump and dump, but that doesn't mean you can't make money off of them. But just understand what you're trading. Let me look at CoinMarketCap real quick. I mean, it looks like it's trying to break the downtrend. I would say if it continues to hold like that 51, that 0051, that there's a good chance that you at least go up to 70.0070 or 80. This is our first look above on NQ, retesting our highs here, guys. See if we can get our break. ES still holding our previous day value high edge. Need to see interest above here, just like we talked about. We got our bid off of 40s. We've rotated back up to our highs. We're now looking to see if we can build above. If we can build here, we should be able to at least push to 230. Gonna be interesting if we can do this. My upper target, if 230 can go supportive, would be into a 280. But we got to show interest above here that isn't fleeting, right? Just like we need to see an actual hold. With the Solano memes, you just got to see who's pushing them. That's like the most important thing is like, okay, so because you know it's going to be a pump and dump, right? Like you know that it doesn't actually have real value. But the real value can be that other people are buying it. Like that's what crypto is that you're trying to buy it before other people get in and you're trying to sell it before other people leave. It is actually a pyramid scheme, right? Especially with meme names. Like your job is to get in before others and to sell before others sell and leave someone else with a bag because it has no actual value. So if you can find out who's pumping it and see where they are, right? If you can find their wallets, like that's how you actually make money in those like meme names is find those accumulating, and sell with them. Yeah. So you want to find out the one good thing about like the blockchain is you can see which wallets were accumulating what coin, and you can see when they start to sell. But usually the way that I play those meme coins is that I take out my initial investment. So as soon as I'm able to 2 times the coin, I take out my full initial investment and then let that runner run with it so that I'm in the trade for free and I can not really have to worry about it. And then we just leave runners and start to take off at like 20% increments every time we go up. But again, with the Solana coins, like they literally have no value. You just want to take off initial risk as soon as possible and then let that shit run. It looks like someone was accumulating though, and there's definitely potential for that to break if we can hold that 0.5. You should be able to get at least, I think, like a 40% move. If it can hold there, that 0.005. Rizmess, holy. That's crazy. This is first target here, guys, into 230. See if these buyers can bid. We're getting a decent chunk of liquidity up here, which is good. We're seeing secondary buyers starting to step in on breakout. But needing to see if this can sustain. $230 should be most people's area where they should be considering to take some profit off. And again, if you have the ability to hold a runner, I think we're now just watching to see if we can now bid here. If we can now hold, we're looking for kind of pullback into this, and then we can bid over 230, continuation higher. I'd like to see that full rotation into 280s if we can hold. Holy.
Negative amid strong dollar and OPEC uncertainty.
Okay. This is where I regret going NQ instead of MNQ for these larger upside moves. I have 1 contract left, and I wish that I had 10 MNQ instead of 1 NQ, so I could risk off. Dude, yeah, then there's a new meme every 5 seconds. The full-time job just trying to keep track of like the shit coins. In like peak meme season though, when Bitcoin starts to subside and kind of go sideways a bit more, liquidity starts to pull back into like the Solana ecosystem. Like what I did in the last cycle is I actually just put $300 in all of the ones that were popping off from like Ansem on Twitter and all of these other like major creators, and then I'm not put overloading right in a single basket, but just taking off initial risk once they pop and then just continuing on my way and letting things run. And I was able to make like pretty solid money doing that just by splitting everything up and not over investing into a single name. Some of them did nothing, right? I lost everything, and then others, went up multi-thousand% very quickly and paid for the ones that didn't. I don't know. You can't overcommit to a coin like that. Understand what they are. Sell into the pump. Last cycle was really nice for Pepe names though. They all performed really well. But Ansem is usually pretty solid. I don't know if you follow him on Twitter, but he's usually got a pretty good grasp of like what markets are moving. I don't know, maybe the Solana memes are back. I just have a tough time believing that this meme cycle isn't almost over with what's been happening with the live streams. Usually when you see people like going crazy looking for looking to pump, it's kind of like the last life of liquidity. Like when you start to see like people threatening their own lives and those around them for you to pump their shitcoin, it's never a good sign for the market. Like the last hurrah. Yeah, the pump and dumps that are gonna be crazy once more people. Because Twitter's gonna die, and then TikTok will be the new frontier for FinTwit. You're already seeing a ton of people on TikTok starting to do like live trading streams, which is bananas. Russell's still holding VWAP, but continuing to fail to be able to breach our value high edge. There's not really much here. NQ got its break. That's good. I'm still in my one runner from 140, but I'm thinking about potentially selling if we don't see a breakout here relatively soon. We're holding where we need to, which is just this area. But if we don't see this break soon, I'm thinking that we might need to repair structure below us first, back down into this lower edge. So I'd like to see this be able to flag here and pop soon for continuation higher. ES looks fine. RTY is just, again, chopping sideways in between this area, which is fine, but if we see any weakness below VWAP, we're going to see a rotation back down to 31s pretty quick. As long as RTY is just chopping sideways while NQ wants to continue higher, the market can keep going up. And again, like our structure isn't bad here, but the lack of structure below us is worrisome if we don't see these buyers continue to sustain in this high. As long as this is holding though, then this is okay. Mhm. How would you know if they would sell? Well, on the wallet, you can see what they're currently holding and the transactions that they've done. You can see everything on chain. There are accounts that dedicate themselves to just like showing the biggest holdings where what whales are holding. And when they start to sell coins. But honestly, like I think that
We expect comments from Bank of England's Volga,
the
who
best
is
thing you can do for
voting
yourself
theories.
is find a name that's starting to gain momentum on Twitter, right, and still has like a very strong community that's going for it, and find a couple of like the FinTwits that are pumping it, and in the peak of that uh, memeability, right, that like the peak of the bubble for that coin is when you want to be selling on the push in, like when momentum is kind of like gaining the highest, you want to be risking off, and then you just want to be leaving a runner. Like you don't need to hold for the top, right? You just need to be selling based off of your entry rather than trying to sell the absolute top. As soon as you start to try to do something like that, that's when you're gonna lose it all. Take profits based off of your average, not when the coin bubble is going to pop. I found that every time that I tried to capture the full rotation off of memes was when I lost money. But if I just took profit based off of like, oh yeah, like I'm up, like let's risk off some, and didn't think about what else was happening in the ecosystem, like I did okay. I don't know if that makes sense, but every time you try to like sell the actual top is when you fail. Got to be just happy being profitable, and it's by itself. Usually, a good metric that you can actually look at, now that I'm thinking about it, is you can see Solana market cap. Um, where is it? Like, you think this coin's gonna do well? Like, Solana market is so cancer. Oh, Rismus is on here. There you go. So like this to me makes it's not a bad area to start looking at Solana memes if you look at it like this.
Firing at hard dove is a serious violation of the Lebanon ceasefire, and Israel will respond strongly.
So you can just look at market cap itself, and you can see that there's definitely been a peak and a low in the cycle. And so you're going to be looking for accumulation as we're in these lows, and you'll be looking for rotations, right? We can see that there's definitely a topping pattern that happens, right? Once our market cap gets up into here, right? So this is basically, I think this is like your where liquidity, your low and your high. And when too much liquidity is in the market and these coins get pumped too high, we're going to be looking for things to start to subside again down. So if you're looking at this as like your cycle or your cyclical rotations, like this isn't a bad thing to keep an eye on. It's just like, how are we interacting here into these lows, and are coins starting to get another leg up, and then how are we reacting into these highs I should be risking off, because I understand that this is kind of the peak of our meme cycle, and understand like if we start to see any sort of pressure below this, that we'll be into this lower rotation, and you want to be accumulating again down here into this low. So if you look at it like this, these are the areas where you're going to be watching to see how we accumulate. And then these are the areas you're going to be watching to see how these rotations hold into the highs. Right, so this is kind of your top. This is your larger pullback in the Solana market. And then this is like your rotational low. And you're just going to be keeping an eye on this. I think that guy is not telling the truth, Stubbs. Unless he's saying like the Whoop page. Because that'll do it. It'll take you to the Whoop page for sure. Holding where we need to so far in NQ. Russell still just rotating in between our value high edge and our VWAP. ES held our value high edge on retest and is bounced. But other than that, not a ton. Still just holding where it needs to. Again, need to see the willingness to trade above for anything more. No, the website's fine.
Shortly expecting comments from Bank of England's Volga.
Wizard, are you still here or did you dip? New 15s have opened.
So Fed's Bostic says data and contacts suggest economic growth is cooling and pricing power continues to diminish. I do not believe progress on inflation has stalled, though it has been bumpy. There are uncertainties around the health of the job market, but analysis suggests it is cooling in an orderly fashion. Risks to inflation and employment mandates are roughly in balance, and it justifies a move toward neutral monetary policy. Still an open question how fast and by how much rates need to be cut to keep inflation declining while avoiding undue damage to the job market. We're not going into the December meeting with a sense that the outcome is preordained, and coming data will be important, and we're keeping options open. Bostic says the economy is on solid footing, and we're nearing price stability with the labor market at or around maximum employment.
So far, good bounce off of our hold of our low, right? Not really much to say. We are still just in the same rotation where every push down into VWAP has been a bounce point for NQ, right? Every bounce point on our VWAP edge on Russell and risk off into our value high edge. ES as well, value high edge holding, just rotating back up to our highs. Overall uptrend still holding from our 140 and continuation higher. See if we can get some continuation here.
Fitch ratings say European bond funds demonstrate stability in risk metrics amid uncertainty.
Mm-mm-mm. I personally think we just slow walk up to 280. I'm flat. I'm going to be waiting for a bit better price action on the slowdown. But I think if you're in a runner and you had more size than I had, it's fine to stay in a position looking for that push up into 280. You might have potentially another 40 points on your hands, but I think that we chop here for a bit until we see either RTY breakout or some secondary liquidity step back in on NQ. I just don't have the patience or the size to warrant staying in. So slow down. Just expect us to kind of chop here for a bit. So I closed out, just waiting for a pullback. And then we'll see if we get another leg. Just kind of feels like we're going to be rotating in like this 40-point range for a bit. So far, it's just like a very basic structural hold. Same with our pathing. Can previous sellers now be buyers, right? If so, then we keep going up. Again, it's just a bit too slow for me personally, and I did not have the size to warrant. I'm already up, right? We captured our 100 points, so now it's just a waiting game. Does it make sense for me to stay in this position for another hour for a potential 30, 40 points? Potentially, but I'm happy. Plus, it'll give me an opportunity to look for new trades for those that were unable to capture either the primary move or the secondary move. See if Russell can break out this time. Wouldn't that be nice? Excuse me. And again, just to show what we were talking about, like nothing has changed here in what I mentioned. You see how we're retesting this high off of holding our low into that 140, 120, right? We're just rotating this range. And I really want to highlight this as like, as soon as we were able to get back in here, we then were looking for a pullback of this value low for a rotation up to our value high. So does it make sense for me to take off into our high? Yeah, it does, 100%. But if we can build above here now, then we can look for higher, right? That's a clear signs that we're looking for expansion. But until then, like I'm playing this low to this high. And that has to be your risk parameters because that is the current auction that we're trading in. Does that make sense? Like it needs to make sense to you. So if it doesn't, please ask questions. Right? Like we have an established auction that's already taken place here. And so we're trading this range. If we can see that there's clear buyers that are interested in this low and push to this high, and then we see a clear shift from these sellers to now secondary buyers, then we go higher. But until then, like we have a clear risk on and risk off. Yes or no? 30 seconds until the 15-minute candles. New 15s have opened. Russell is breaking out of our range. I would really, really, really like to see a retest of this high before we continue onward across the board. I'd like to see this kind of come back down and then show a willingness to bid where our sellers were previously, and then start to rotate up. So waiting on Russell to figure out if it can hold here. If we can see an active bid start to step in and show a very clear willingness to break out of this chop that it was just doing and hold this upper edge, we're in a good position for continuation across the market. If it can't do this, I don't know if we go anywhere personally. That would be kind of my catalyst to let us know that we want to go higher and the market's with us. NQ is holding where it needs to so far, though, from a previous 15-minute candle. So let's see if we can get this pop, and if RTY can hold its edge with NQ holding POC of previous candle. Are there any good Cyber Monday promotions for prop firms? Anyone find anything that's decent? I saw Apex tried to do their 90% off sale like it was something new and not just their actual price. Yeah. The classic. Does anyone else? Is there. Wonder if like Trade Day has one. Trade Day. 60% off is not bad for Trade Day, actually. That one might be worth. What about my funded? What is it called? My funded futures? My funded futures is only 25% off. Okay. Mid. Trade Day 60% off is a really solid deal. Um, what else is there? Trying to think of like platforms that I actually trust. I'm not sure if they do. Feel like the MFFU Jesus, I can't speak. The Mind Funded Futures sale is pretty mediocre. I feel like they had a 50% off like a couple months ago, didn't they? Like 25% just feels pretty standard from them. Yeah. I feel like the best deals are My Funded Futures because there's no activation fee, so it's just a baseline. It's cheaper. Or Trade Day is your best bet, it looks like. But Trade Day is hard, but it's good. Like their payout process is really good, but like you can't gamba with Trade Day. They don't allow it at all. So it's only for those that have already passed evals before. It's the only way I'd recommend it. So Trade Day is 66 per month right now with a 2,500 profit target. That's not bad. 50 micros. I don't really get what they have a 14-day free trial. What does that mean? What happens if you pass it in the first 14 days? There's probably an activation fee. Let me look. But I know they have like the best payout where you keep 100% of the first 10K and then afterwards it's 90,000 90%. is pretty solid. Let me see. Yeah, there's an activation fee, Dubs, 139. But if you have a promotion code, I guess there might be a potential. I don't know. So it's $66 with the sale, and then there's a $139 activation fee. So I think by far, my funded is still the cheapest. I don't know what the profit taking rules are on my funded though. Dubs, is the code for my funded, does that only work once with a credit card? Is it per account? Could you just make a new account if you fail? Or is it attached to your card itself? I'm trying to like think of like if that's still the best option. Per customer? What does that mean? Like you can't just make a new account? Gotcha. KYC? What is that? Oh, okay. I'm watching to see how sellers react into 140 or 240 on NQ. We're seeing a little bit of absorption here into our low, but if sell side's willing to sit into 240, I expect one more leg down. So just keeping an eye here on how we interact with this area. If we do, we should see a kind of a push down, I'd assume. If we can get back over, this should just rotate back up into this high. So keeping an eye here on how market reacts into this sell side liquidity. So far, buyers are holding from where they were last time. If offer does not want to step into 240, I don't think that there's a great short. Not seeing sell side interaction so far, so to me that there's not much here. I need to see them look below again. Things I'm keeping an eye on are Russell showing weakness still. ES bounced our value edge again. There's been no shift, right? Liquidity is still very present here. But we need to show a break of this lower high or we'll get a continuation down. We're watching to see if Russell now, off of failing to hold above, is now going to need to do the full rotation back down to VWAP. That'll lead to more bearishness across the market. But again, I want to see sell side sitting here and then rotate below if they are going to hold 240 as resistance. Shit. I'm not sold yet. So far, it just looks like a higher low. Sellers really need to start hammering this thing down from 240. Retesting, but again, like bid was able to maintain. Russell's still a bit too passive. ES is holding our value edge. Bid is trying to hold 240. See if we can flip it. ES trying to break downtrend. Again, I'm flat. Just waiting for interactions here. Ladder is trying to push down from 40s here again. We have 5.5 minutes left on this candle. Market's pretty flat. I'm worried that Russell is going to rotate back down to VWAP with NQ sideways, and that will cause us a bit of a bounce on NQ if we can hold here. We're going to get our full rotation down on Russell, I think, regardless, into VWAP. How we react from there should give us our next trade, I think. I don't think that there's enough selling pressure here on NQ right now for anything legitimate. Unless you're willing to have, like, I don't know, a 15-point stop, which I think most people are not. Just gonna wait before I say anything else. You're about up 10 points if you're short off 240. I still am unsure which way we head from here. It looks like just like a micro range right now. I don't trust either side. Yeah, I think your next target is into like 20, 220. But again, like I think you're just kind of chopping right now, waiting for the rest of the market to figure out what it wants to do. I think your real shorting opportunity is going to come on a look below here and this going off sides. Until then, it just feels pretty choppy in between here. One minute until new 15s. Ideally, that'll give us an idea of what we want to do on the close of this 15-minute candle. It's looking like new 15s. We're gonna be looking for like a dip into 240 and then see if bids can hold that. If we're gonna go long, right? We want to see this seller basically offsides into the close of this, and then like a pretty quick bid off of POC on the open of the new 15 for rotations up into like 55, 60. If that is a play that you're looking for, right? We're gonna be watching for something like this. New 15's opening now. Stat our sell side here. Okay. Very passive so far. Buyers attempting to hold bid at 40s. We're watching to see if sell side can step down. Need to see a shift. Russell still pushing. Interesting. ES flat. See if buyers can maintain over POC of previous candle. Shit. Not a huge fan of this slowdown so far.
Hello, everybody.
What's up, dude?
Not much.
You have a good weekend?
Yeah, it's the classic holiday thing where I feel more tired
Yeah.
before the break, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fine. It was fine. You finally got some snow out there, huh?
For like a second, it didn't stick. I don't know. Everyone else seems to have like a ton.
We don't have a ton, but it's stuck here
Yeah.
so far.
I guess it's stuck in New York. I had a couple friends that were posting, and they had like a foot, and then here it's just cold. No
It's
snow though.
strange, actually.
Yeah.
Sticking in New York like that.
There's none. Okay. People in Buffalo. Here, let me. This is a photo I got from one of my friends in Buffalo. They have like a foot and a half. It makes
in
no
New York
sense.
City. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, Dubs.
Yeah, like right on the lake. This is one of my friends in Buffalo, Doves. Look at the difference. Like, it makes no sense. And she's like right on the lake. And then here, there's absolutely nothing. It's just frozen.
Wow, I just like came back to that picture. That is a ton. Holy cows. I feel like that's kind of normal for that area though. Is it not, or they just get absolutely dumped on?
Yeah. But usually, like, lake effect. Like, it's weird that they're getting it, but we're not. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's true.
That's why I was like, I don't understand. What's up, Flex? I don't know about this 240 hold, guys. It's doing what we need to on the higher time frame. I'm giving it a 5-point stop, but I have a feeling that this isn't going anywhere short term. I think if these guys go off sides, that's going to give us room down for a move down into like 218, which would suck. I don't trust if we look below this 35.40 and then reoffer. I don't think that this buyer has what it needs to continue. I think we'll be watching for something like this, where this is going to go offer again, and now we've trapped buyers above. Just keep that in mind. You need to see buy side liquidity like really show its hand here, or this will flip. Excuse me. Yeah, like it's 20 degrees here as well. There's just no snow. It's strange.
This is like the warmest it's been here. With the wind chill, it was like -8 a couple days
Yikes.
ago. It's crazy. I hope it actually like stays cold this winter. I know that's a weird thing to say, but the lakes didn't even freeze last year. Feel bad for all the people here who own like fishing businesses,
Yeah.
snowmobile tour stuff. Literally just like couldn't work.
It's here or nowhere for buyers to hold 135. Need to get back over 235. I don't know why I keep saying 1. We need to get back over 240 and show interest if this is going to go anywhere. Or again, I expect sell side to need to drag this thing down to like 218 if we can't get over. Good Thanksgiving. Mine was okay. Okay. The food was good. The company was not. My dad decided to have his own Thanksgiving and not let anyone else know that he wasn't going to show up. So I had to deal with my extended family without him, which is annoying, but understandable.
Sounds annoying.
Have you seen The Sopranos? Do you know like the Tony's mother in The Sopranos, the
Yes.
grandma, how she acts?
Mm-hmm.
How she's like super spiteful but kind of like delusional and doesn't know what she's saying?
Yes.
That's my grandma right now after her stroke, and she's just like says the most hateful shit you've ever heard in your life, and then like she is like a free pass because she's about to die.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's just like my dad was like, I can't deal with this. Like I'm not. And it's like that hard situation where you're like, do I just be a punching bag and because she's about to die, or do I like stand my ground and be like, okay, like I'm not gonna see you. And
I do know.
yeah, that was my Thanksgiving. It was just like everyone walking on eggshells of like, are we gonna let her get away with this or not?
Ugh. It's like it's a poor grandma kind of situation.
Yeah. This is moving way too slow, but offer is holding our 135, 240. Jesus, 235, 240 area. I'm looking for rotation down to like 218 if this continues to hold. Just a super weak buyer above 240 was unable to show any interest. Did I wear my Trump t-shirt? I didn't. I do not own a Trump t-shirt. I would have been immediately kicked out of my Thanksgiving if I wore a Trump t-shirt. I get called a Nazi at my Thanksgiving, and I am center left. This family is very liberal.
I'm the pot stirrer at my Thanksgiving kills, but that's just because I'm a dick.
Yeah, like half my family works on like political campaigns, so hard. You should be moving your stops down if you're short as we push down into our like 218, 220 area. We're testing our low here on NQ. Russell's at its PVZ support. Just kind of waiting to see our interaction here at ES previous day value high and our current value high as we retest. This has been our bounce point over and over again so far on ES in these little micro rotations. See if that liquidity is still present or not. Pushing into target now here on NQ. Please, again, like this is risk off, move stops down. We need to see a very clear hold below for continuation. If we do, though, we can rotate down into like
Mexico announces
196.
Official exchange rate of 20.4357 United States dollars, MXN.
That new bot is something. Holy cows.
So loud. Let's get your setup is so jank, dude. Jesus.
ASML expects China to account for 20% of their total net sales by FY25.
Liquidity sitting at 225 above. Again, I think that we see a slight bounce up to 225 and see if our offer can hold. If we can do that, then I expect one more leg down on NQ, down into that 196, 200 area, just to test our value edge. But I think this is a great first risk off while we wait to see how buyers interact. This is the same place where we bounced last time, right? So want to see if this liquidity is still present here or not. If it's no, then we expect continuation just to fill some of this down to like, again, this 200 to like 196 area. Testing our 225 now. See if offer is able to hold here off of the bounce at 218. Or if buyers were going to be able to sustain.
Almost full ES oscillation. It's still sitting lower high at halfway back, but I think for trade opportunity's sake, I'd almost like to see these second leg downs. Give us more range.
I don't understand how you snapped all of your screws inside your monitor. That's crazy. How does that even happen?
Anyone got good Cyber Monday deals?
Haven't really seen much. And prop firms aren't even really offering anything. Trade Day has a 60% off. That's probably the best that there is for prop firms.
I should do that. I've still never tried them.
Other than that, though, like they have a $139 activation fee, so it's like,
Ooh.
My funded futures is a 25% off with no activation.
Which prop do I trade with? I don't. Have you? Yeah, but it's like basically only Top Step. Which I think. No, I tried another one. Yeah, exactly. Because honestly, though, it's like the prop firm is like it's one of the best resources you have as a trader. But once you get into a level of consistency, the tax structure of trading your own account is way better than being on the 1099 of a prop firm. So like, your goal should not be to be stuck on prop firm forever. Yeah, exactly, Darian.
Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying last time, which is like stay with your smaller accounts, maximize output by like getting a few of them, stacking accounts so the 50Ks, build out a good strategy, use that money to then fund your real account. But like you gotta get to that place first. So the best way to learn and be able to still make money while you're learning and building out your strategies and getting comfortable is with prop firms because you don't have a chance of blowing all of your savings. But once you get to a point where you feel comfortable being able to earn income, right? It's a huge step. Then you can start to put money into a real account.
I think like what Sig said there is important too. Sometimes it's not about the money made, it's about the comfort of strategy and consistency, much more so, to make the switch.
Like if you're it goes back to like again what I said last week. Like if you are making money but then blowing up your account after like a month in prop firms, like you're not ready for a live account. You're not. You won't be profitable because you're liquidating your actual account. So okay, you make like 200, 500, $1,000, but then you blow up your real account. Like you're now down that. Whereas without a prop, you're not, right? So that's why I said like it's still it is profitable to take two payouts and then blow up an account and then start over on a prop firm. Whereas with a live account, you're just screwed. It's over for you if you blow up. So if that's like where you're currently at, where you're like, oh yeah, I can easily pass evals, I can easily get my first payout, but afterwards I start to get a little lackadaisical, like that, you're not ready.
Goodness gracious, Darian.
So we can see that our 225 liquidity was able to hold offer, and now we're looking below 218s. We'd like to see sell side pressure start to gain a bit of momentum here below POC of this current candle. If it can do that, we should be able to get the rotation down into like that 200, 195 area. That's kind of what I'm watching for now. For that secondary leg that we were talking about.
It is a good deal though, Darian.
We have 3.5 minutes on this candle, so a lot can happen still. Flex brother, how have you not taken advantage of the Black Friday deal? How are you still just going to be in YouTube chat? You're killing me. You got the indicators? It's something at least. Ooh, you know what I should check, Mario? We should both check. Is there a sale on e-liquid?
That's true.
Wonder if there's any Black Friday deals. Direct vape. Wait, I bought those melatonin gummies.
Oh, you should. Okay, those ones aren't the way to go.
What is it, the natural?
Yes.
Yeah,
the design.
everyone loves those.
Yeah, it is a way better deal. I buy them by like the case.
People love those things. I'll try them. They're just like twice as expensive for no reason.
No.
This brand, right?
Well, yeah, so this is these are the ones that I use. So it depends on what you want for your dosage, but like the Vitafusion ones for like 875, it still says 10 milligrams, but each gummy is 5. So you're
Oh,
actually getting like double the amount with this, because these tablets are 10 per for 100. That's usually how I look at it. I try to break it down. Because sometimes they get you with that, where the serving size is 2 versus 1. You're actually only getting 50 or 100.
I did not realize.
I don't know if these ones are. Yeah, like that Vitafusion. It's a 100 count, but a quote-unquote 50-day supply, which means that the serving is, 2 gummies, so each gummy is 5 milligrams versus 10.
God damn it.
That's how they try to get you with that crap. I mean, it's fine, but that's how I look at it as a melatonin connoisseur.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for like, I don't know, for me, Darian, it was like actually like really, really, really bad insomnia. My body just does not have a natural circadian rhythm at all. So I have to like regulate it myself.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
I have never had excess with melatonin, but I saw that deal and I was like, I'll give it a try because I have friends who swear by it.
I think it's almost a placebo thing as well. But I know for like I like it's probably a lot of placebo because I can go off of it, but do not sleep.
Whatever works.
It's better than the trazodone. But that does indeed work.
Yeah, that's what I was on earlier.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
took
know.
that for a long time, but then it was like, and they try to put you on the cocktail where it's like, I'm groggy in the morning, and then it's
Yeah.
like, okay, take this, and then it's like, I'm too awake at night, and it's like, okay, then take this. And it's like, this is silly. Does work though, but
56 counterparties take 135, spot 858.
We are almost done with our full second leg here. Move stops down if you are taking advantage of this. From our 35 to 40 offer into our 218, and then this 225 going offer, now rotating back down. We'll see if we get any continuation, but it just looks like we're fixing some structure on NQ. I'd like to see us tag into 200s before we figure out what we want to do, but it's just a bit slow for me for any real idea of where we're headed. Just looks like slow grind down. We have a decent amount of liquidity at 205 on NQ.
a knife set, like a kitchen knife set? How nice. I like Mac knives. ECHR and MSTR?
I wouldn't touch MSTR with a... You couldn't pay me to buy MSTR.
Why would you do that instead of like just buying Bitcoin? Thoughts? Buy Bitcoin.
I don't know. I'll never understand MSTR. I just do whatever Avery says on MSTR. You're not going to get any good advice from us.
Just buy Bitcoin.
That's my suggestion.
But like 6 months ago or 6 months in the future from now.
A MacBook? For school or for what? Or just because? Just to like take notes? Expensive note-taking machine.
Keep an eye on this RTY divergence. The NQ is so tight here, but it's actually building out a pretty substantial structure in this LVN. There's some abortion.
This is just basically VWAP on the lower time frames. It's 205. This might be it. I don't know.
We have RTY into this value high now, so you should get a decision. I'd like, honestly, to see ES and NQ both down to POC, and then do something off of that.
I have one runner left from 225. I'm just gonna let it do whatever it wants. Let Dapper know that Target has those men's onesies. Hide your PP swimwear for Black Friday. That's from Flex.
Thanks, Flex. Could you post a link in the TFC Discord for me?
Yeah. It's important, Flex. I'm gonna grab some water. I either get stopped out into 225 break even on this last contract, or we continue downward down into our 195 200 target. I will be right back.
And Q halfway back here. Sellers war found RTY value high. Look for higher low. Still divergence between ES and Q and RTY.
I just got stopped. See if offer still holds here or not. Just another rotation on ES from this low. No change.
I can cash. If it makes you feel better. Us monkeys gotta stick together, you know? Yes, back in the top edge of this mini auction. I guess it's not much of a mini auction anymore, but NQ middle of node. It's about the area where I'd be looking for RTY higher lows. If we're gonna see that bid step up. About 5 minutes here till new half hours. Indeed, cash.
Favorite ER play. We're just looking to see if we can flag here on NQ, see if this 225 can go bid, right? Just a structural retest. Can we get over this previous seller where that offer was? And can we bid here and find buyers and then look back over 240? If we can do that, then we have room upside. If this can't happen, I don't think this is an area I would touch, personally. Again, I got stopped out at 225 from my short from the original offer here. Taking profit down into this, and now we're just waiting to see if buyers can flip this, or if nothing's going to change. Russell back up into our high of range here. ES as well. So far, we've shown zero interest above this on ES, right? Just rotating between these two pivots. So we need to see something shift if we want to go higher. Not seeing any sort of interest above, right? So gotta wait on NQ. Again, RTY and ES, top of range.
So Israeli military chief of staff says we will respond decisively to Hezbollah's severe violation of the ceasefire, and plans and targets are ready to be carried out at any moment.
Yippee!
We tagged into our 195, 200 area. Got your full rotation. Again, I'm not in this. Nothing for me here. We're just watching to see if NQ can now hold our PVZ low or not. Build the structure. Russell top of range. So far, no interest. Watching our halfway back on RTY to see if it's going to get a higher low for continuation. ES, again, just rotating down. Held our top, and it's now back down to our previous day value. High edge.
There's ES bottom of range. Okay, we look under. I want to see this tag just in the 56, 57 in the POC Globex high.
What's up, Sauce?
I think you should look at it first as a retest of this lookup off, and if we fail, we just oscillate node. And that'll be like your shift. So both. Little look above on RTY here. NQ looking back towards this 20. Their lower node edge. Yes, almost full rotation. Minute and a half till new 15s. NQ is hanging out in this previous kind of auction zone, this 2025. See if this ends up being a lower high ES. Watching RTY as well.
$50 till new 15s. Trying to recover our value edge on NQ so far. Just chopping around it as resistance.
Higher low, higher high here, RTY. ASNQ still in the same auctions. RTY here, almost the daily open. Nothing to say on ESNQ. NQ is in this tiny like bull flag pattern, but ES is just sideways. Zero RTY full test in the daily open. ES bid is trying to step here. 62 3/4.
So Israeli military says it is now attacking targets in Lebanon. Trump says if Gaza hostages are not released prior to his January 20th inauguration, there will be all hell to pay in the Middle East.
Yippee! That's just gonna be my response to all of this news
Uh.
whenever it comes out. It's just yippee! Woohoo! It's about that time in the day here where I'd like to see if buyers are going to be active here. The NQ looking out of this node again into the halfway back. Go a little crazy. Need some strength.
The lock screen ads aren't bad. If you want to avoid them, Sauce, just buy a Kindle for kids, and it doesn't have ads. There are no ads on the Kindle Kid version, and you have the full library. It's not limited. Yeah, exactly. But honestly, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just it's black and white, right? So it doesn't really affect anything. It'll just be like an ad for a book, and then you open it, and then the ads are gone forever, right? It's just like your background, basically, when you're not using your Kindle. It's really not intrusive at all.
Yes, and Q still not getting that juice I'm really looking for any buy side push out of here. See if it can materialize or not. If it doesn't happen soon, can't really give up looking. RTY still chugging. And Q lower low in sequence for lower high.
I think if Russell breaks back below previous day value and we rotate like this, that NQ will rotate down to like 120. Probably get a bounce here, and then we'll do this full oscillation down into this. But as long as this is maintaining, right, you're just gonna have to play the chop or just wait. But if Russell starts to really lose momentum here, under our 30-second opening range and our previous low, and gets back below previous day value, that'll be a good pivot to let you know that market wants to continue going down with full support across the board. ES still just rotating in between. It's very clear. But we need to see Russell lose that momentum below previous day value low. Until we see that weakness, I'm just going to continue to expect that NQ and ES kind of just hold these. But on the higher time frame, I think a reversion down to that like 110, 120 area makes a lot of sense if we're not seeing any willingness from buyers. But as of right now, like there's not there's not a lot here. Like if you scroll out, you'll see that all we've done on NQ is come back down to this original basing, right? So my understanding right now is either this auction is going to hold, right, and we're testing the high of it, or we're going to need to rotate through it. And that would bring us back down into this area, which is our 15-minute VWAP, right? So I'm not looking for anything until we enter back into this, just because it's going to be really choppy until we show interest below. But as soon as we do, we can start to look for rotations like this down here. And hopefully this makes more sense if I draw it out like that. But you got to see that break below and that interest back into that previous auction. If we just want to hold here, right, like that's only showing us that these sellers are now gone and buyers are now making this supportive, right, which isn't a shift. It's just, sorry, it's not a bearish shift. It's bullish in nature because we're holding above previous sellers and our previous auction high is now supportive. But if we break below, then we can play it down. That's all I'm saying. So I just kind of have to be patient and wait it out and see what happens. But as soon as we enter, then we'll have a lot more reason to be bearish. Any questions about that, or does that make sense? I want to make sure people get like where we are, right? Again, like on the higher time frame, nothing has changed. We still need to find that acceptance over our 250 for any breakout for expansion. All we're doing right now is rotating between our value high and value low from this previous range. So, oops. So if we can continue to find bids here, like it's not bearish in nature. But like if this midpoint doesn't hold, that's when we start to need to worry. Talking is hard. So this is Russell into our pivot, right? This is that full rotation down into previous day value low now. So we need to see if this is going to hold as supportive or if this will start to show as resistance below to let us know if we're going to rotate through this node. If that's the case, right, if previous day value low and our current value high on RTY goes resistant, we'll look for our first PT here into like 239, and then we'll look for that rotation down into VWAP again, and then from there we can figure out where we want to go. If this holds, then there's no real change.
Well, Russell retest. This is that NQ and ES look I was
Yeah,
hoping for earlier.
POC here, basically, yeah. It's a very important area on NQ. Again, this is just structurally where we want to see buyers hold if they were going to. When you go back to the chart and look, this is POC of this previous balance and where we have this doji. So I'd love to see buyers be able to maintain here, but if they can't, then we'll be looking for that rotation back down into that like 120, 140 again. Same place we looked for the bid this morning when I got on for our original long. New 15's opening in 10 seconds. We've gotten our bounce at our 179, just like we have marked on our footprint, same place as before, but I'm really keeping an eye on how we offer back into this area. This is super important. Again, just based off of pathing here, we're going to be watching to see how sell side interacts here into like 196, 205, that area above. DFR offer builds. We're going to be looking for basically like a bear flag here into this LVN. Hopefully that's clear. If sell side can hold this edge, right? That's a good sign that they want to keep pushing down. Yeah, you expect a bit of relief here. Again, like the thing that's gonna really show us if we're gonna keep going down or not, I think, is gonna be if this Russell edge now holds as resistance, right? Because if we're now below previous day value, then we should be able to rotate through this node. And if Russell doesn't have support, then we have this full auction below us that we can transact through. But you should expect bounces across the board here because this is POC on both ES and on NQ. But from here, does that give us enough of a relief to get back through this LVN, or are we now going to be basically in bear flags for continuations down? How I'm seeing it. With the way that we're building, this could easily turn into a 3-bar where we can just rotate in as an inside candle for the next 10 minutes, right? And nothing changes in the idea of a bear flag, right? So keep that in mind that we really need to get through this LVN above us on NQ for you to shift your focus from bearish to bullish for a reversal and a V, right? So what do we need to do for this to be the right side of a V and not just the continuation of a channel down? So if I put this channel on here, maybe this will help you with your visualization of how we're in a downtrend. So why do we care about this area? Well, we have an LVN here, and we have entered back into this previous auction that we talked about, right? Do you see how this was supportive on our push up, and now it's our resistance now that we've entered back into this auction? So we need to recover this area. That's been our very clear pivot here, this like 190 to 200, right? So this needs to become supportive again for us to look up and break the downtrend. If not, the path of least resistance is going to be this holding as sell side, right? This blue box. And we're going to rotate through this range for a reversion trade back down into this 140 to 120 area. Any questions about that, or are we good? Of like what I'm looking at and my reasoning? An SPX? I don't really look at SPX all that often. I can look at it real quick for you though. I mean, it's just the middle of the range, right? So it's just a matter of, can we hold here into 42 at the POC, or do we need to rotate down? I don't know yet. Too slow and choppy for me personally. But I'd be looking for any shift below this 40 area. If this ever goes resistance, you'll be looking for a rotation down into 35. We're just trading within value. That's all it is. Those are your SPX levels. You just set your neutral mid pivot. If it's able to hold, then it's bullish, and you're looking for this to become supportive. Right? We want to see buyers above, and then we can look for upside expansion. If we can't get back over, and this 45 holds offer, and then we look below, we should be looking for rotations down into 35. I don't know, hopefully that's helpful. Again, there's nothing on NQ or ES here for me personally because it's still just a 3 bar to downside until we can get back over this pivot. So you expect chop to be here because we are below our LVN on NQ. You have 40 seconds until new 15s.
NYMEX gasoline January futures settle at $1.91 a gallon. NYMEX diesel January futures settle at $2.17 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at $3.21. And NYMEX WTI crude January futures settle at $68.10 a barrel. That's up 10 cents or 0.15%.
In our LVN now here on NQ, just watching for reactions, looking for sell side to be present up into our like 205 edge, and same thing for Russell into our previous day value low, retesting now, and NQ into our 62, 62 and a half, 63. It doesn't really matter, just our value edge here. If sell side can't get over, expect this just to be the loss of momentum area here. Need to see a very clear shift above from buyers if we want to go higher. If we can do that, then we can have a potential right side of the V trade. If not, then the offer will stand here and then we'll rotate back down, trapping buyers. We need to see a very clear hold above, or I'm going to expect sell side to just get smashed into this 205. Or sorry, buy side to get smashed into this 205. Again, this is just our pivot. Need to see a very clear lift above. This is just our edge. We want to see a willingness to trade above POC from our sell side push. Right, and that's at this 205 area. I want to see a look above, and then a very clear willingness to trade on a rebid for continuation, where there's a huge potential for buyers to kind of stagnate here and then get pushed off sides on a look back below 190, 195. So I was just kind of waiting to see if buy side stutters out, or if we can see that real shift of our downtrend for a right side of the V trade. I said stutter, but I meant sputter. Same
Potato,
shit.
potato.
Yeah. So into our supply here on SPX, we're just watching to see if we can break or not. Again, for this to be bullish from our neutral zone from POC, we want to see a very clear look back over 4880, and then like the ability to hold for expansion, or this is just going to come back up to our offer and then just continue to rotate neutrally. But looks fine. We're just looking to see if bids can really start to push this. You see exactly what we were talking about before with bid really trying to step in here on NQ at 95s. We're just looking for that look over 205 now for that secondary buyer. ES into our value edge. Seeing if we can now fill this LVN that we were talking about and make this bullish instead of bearish. you guys like Tradeify? So the first time I heard of it was today from you, Dubs. Good platform, bad platform, whatever. Is there an activation fee? $40 until new 15s. We are at our 205 target. See if we can bid above or not. Any dips I'd like to be immediately bought into a POC here. So just kind of keeping an eye on this general area for any dips for continuation higher if we were going to get it. This yellow box that I've marked.
Gib 25.
New 15s opening now.
Attitude, kids.
Brent crude futures settle at $71.83 a barrel. That's down 1 cent or 0.01%.
Testing POC of previous candle here now on NQ. Russell sideways, ES still holding value high as resistance. We're just looking to see if bids can hold here. I think we lose a ton of our momentum if we fall below 195, and the offer has room then to kind of shove us down with buyers offsides. But as long as this 200, 205 is maintaining, the bid looks fine. Just need to see a bit of acceleration. You don't want to get us stuffed.
Very similar to last time in this area. I kind of want to see this happen quite quickly if it's going to, for upside look.
Should be up anywhere between 10 to 15 points basically here. I just move stops up if you're playing off of the 200 to 205 POC retest. Looking for just a rotation up, ideally into 215, 218 on this first test. There's your 218. Again, great area to risk off a little. This is our offer. We can push over this 218, 225 area. We'll be in a much better position. But really nice so far, right side of the V, just based off of our 179 low. And then our recovery of our 200, 205 is supportive. We have 2 minutes left on this candle. This is ES target as well for me into our 65 edge. This is where sell side was before. We'll see if they can build above this. But this was top of range in our earlier rotations. $35 until new 15s. Again, at our first target here into 218 on NQ. Just looking to see if we can expand. I don't really have much until we get over 25s. Then we should be able to approach 240. But this 218 to 225 area, we gotta show interest above. And again, above that, we then look 240.
At 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Waller, who gives the keynote speech at Building a Better Fed Framework, the AIER Monetary Conference on the economic outlook. Text and Q&A are expected.
Big retest here for ES and Q as well. So 200, 205 area.
New Zealand's Willis says fiscal deterioration is hard to turn around. At 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Waller, who gives the keynote speech at Building a Better Fed Framework at the AIER Monetary Conference on the Economic Outlook. Text and Q&A are expected.
Three and a half minutes till new 15s. Zig, you know what's ripping today? Link. Do you remember Link?
Did you say something?
Yeah, sorry. I was just like going through my scanner of shitcoins, and Link is ripping today.
Ah,
That
yeah.
thing.
Yep. No real change here, guys. Just bounced our 200, 205 again. We're watching to see if bids can get over 218 or if this is just going to be a lower high on NQ. Russell still flat. ES holding our value edge at 62s, no change. I'd like to see us be able to get over 65s on ES for continuation. 2.5 minutes until new 15s.
Need higher highs here.
Rotation into our 18s again from 05s. Good first risk off. Again, just like Mario said, need to see a higher push over our highs. Next PT is that push into 25, 26 if we can get over.
So 1 minute till we expect the text
40
release from Fed's
seconds
Waller.
till new 15s. News coming out as well. Pushing into target now, 25s.
From there. Still have one runner. Give 37s.
So Fed's Waller says I lean toward supporting a cut in December, and there's still a ways to go in reducing policy rate to neutral, and expect rate cuts to continue over the next year. Monetary policy remains significantly restrictive, and the direction of policy rate over the medium term is clearly down. I will
RTY
support
into
what
our
you're
30-second
saying
opening
is that
range
risk rating
high,
shows forecasts of
49s.
slowing inflation are wrong.
So far
Forecasts show inflation
resisting.
is to continue on a downward path to 2% over the medium term. Policy rate is restrictive enough that a December rate cut will allow ample scope to slow pace of cuts later if needed. One could argue a case for skipping a rate cut in December, and I'll be watching data closely to decide. The speed and timing of rate cuts is to be determined by economic conditions, and the labor market is looser but still strong, wage growth consistent with inflation heading to 2%. Fed policy is putting downward pressure on inflation without creating undesirable labor market weakness, and the labor market finally in balance. We should aim to keep it that way. Recent data have raised concerns that inflation progress is stalling meaningfully above 2%, and I'm less pleased about the uptick in inflation, but I don't want to overreact.
Kind of waiting for this to settle. Definitely a buyer's stride there. We're just kind of watching our 18 edge now. See if that break of structure can hold or if we need to rotate down. Slowest I'd want to see it go is POC from previous candle. Down into 11s, into that LVN that's there.
Yeah, my runner stop right under 10.
Yeah.
Just give up if it doesn't go. Been in this trade for over an hour now, so about give up time.
US interest rate futures slightly raise odds of a 25 basis point cut this month to 70%.
Russell looking over previous high here and previous day value high, seeing if we can bid above. Yes, holding structure much better than NQ, but NQ is still fine. Just watching to see how we fill this. Still a little volatile after the news. Okay.
Yes, finding pocket of buyers above previous highs. RTY obviously looking new high here. Come on, tech. Kiz, man, you said that like 50 points ago.
I risked off one here, just as we chop with Russell falling. I'm one runner left from 204. Just gonna see what happens, but Russell showing weakness is a little off-putting. Just watching to see if we can find bids in this LVN. It's kind of my last-ditch hope here. NQ still holding our 17 to 11, so no problem there, but I just am a bit worried about that weakness. I'll leave a runner for a push higher. But gonna take a little profit off because I didn't get filled on the first initial test up here. This has been a very patient trade. Was your entry that first time like 185-ish, Mario? Is that what that
yeah,
is?
83.
Yeah, okay.
Just when I had like some resting down there when it came in.
Yeah, no, I had like the exact same entry. So interesting. It's like around the exact same area.
Yeah. I figured I'd just go for it until that like went hard offer and just cut it.
Yep. Yeah, 237, that area, 35s. I mean, it's really, if we can get over this like 35 to 40, then we should be able to go to 80, but like you got to take profit into this wick high. So just as we approach, like if you have runners, I'd definitely be risking off one here. I'm gonna try to leave. I've been incredibly patient with this trade. So I'm trying for higher, but it's not a bad area. Like really trying to let this right side of the V play. Again, here it's us. See, like I did an initial ad with only one contract as we pushed in, and then I waited for right side, but like it went back to break even multiple times with my average even. Like not a fun trade to be in. But yeah, definitely as we push into that, we gotta show interest over value. I didn't get filled on this wick high. I had a target into 35s, and then I had another one into 40. I was hoping to just get like wick filled into news, but then I didn't. So I just took profit again when we went into 25s because I got a little worried. I'm gonna try to hold for 80 to be honest, but move stop up. This is target though. This is our value edge on NQ. Yeah, I think that's good. You'll have another opportunity anyways if value goes supportive. We have 50 seconds on this candle. Big order at 50s. Yeah, 50 is kind of your next PT. But higher time frame, I'd like to see a rotation into that 280, 290. It's just, it sucks. Like the last 3 candles have been very volatile. Where like we get the initial move, but then we rotate back like 90% of it and then pop again. It's just rough. But I really want to like
The
hone
IDF
in.
says Israel
Yeah.
remains obligated to the fulfillment of the ceasefire.
I really want to hone in on this shift because I think it's super important. Understanding where we have an opportunity for right side of V, and like we were able to identify this LVN that was present here from 194 to 205. And as soon as we were able to look above, right, this was the move that we were anticipating. I really want to highlight that because I think it's really important for understanding where shifts occur. So we can go back and look, but like remember what we were looking for here. This is just from our initial. Let me copy and paste this with a reply. This is just the hold of our POC from this auction, right? So we got what we needed. We found the bid. This is where an auction needed to occur, or we were going to rotate down to that 120. So this was good. And then what we were looking for right side of V was a very clear shift from this seller that was here to our buyer, right? So we identified that this was going to be a point of interest at POC here on NQ, down into this low at 179, 180 area. And what we were looking for was how we were going to react into this resistance. We had a pocket that looked like this in LVN. We then were able to see buyers start to fill this, right? We chopped sideways here, and then we were able to look above, and then we saw the bid step up into this 200. This shift above and recovery of this previous buyer is really big for us for continuation higher and allows us to break that downtrend that we were in. So if we look at our channel that we were actually trading in here, extended that too far. We can see that this is our shift, right? This pivot here between this upper auction and then this lower auction that we have present. So lower auction, upper auction. So we had an LVN that was created here between these two auctions. And as soon as we're seeing that bid and the recovery and hold of our previous 50-minute candle POCs, right, as supportive, it's like, oh, okay. Well, we now have shown interest at the lows, and now we're seeing POC hold as supportive on our pushes up. So we can now use this area as a really nice edge for rotations for our target up into our upper auction. Hopefully that makes sense. I feel like we walked through this decently well, and Mario and I both took the exact same trade, so it was there. It's just a bit choppy.
I think there's some good, like what you just talked about, in terms of NQ area as well as on ES. Some good like footprint examples that we can utilize in class today too, so they'll be fresh. Or reversals in auction. Which is also a good idea for everyone listening. Take the last 30 and go look at, see if you see some patterns, some things, journal them up, bring them to class.
Remember, this was my explanation for this area, is we are either going to hold this as resistance, right, and then rotate through this previous auction back down to our VWAP into this 140, 120, or we'd be able to recover this POC here. I'm going to mark this one right here as supportive, and then we would look for longs for right side of the V trades. Right, so this is that shift that we talked about. And we only wanted to look for longs as soon as we were able to recover this edge, showing us that we were able to get back in and break this downtrend. So that's what it looks like on footprint as well, just for reference for later.
Well, yeah, because the order flow precedes the price action.
So Fez Wallace's average inflation targeting framework was very backward looking and blew up very quickly.
You mean kind of toppy? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? This is our value high edge on NQ. Russell's trapped. ES is coming back down to just retest the structure. It's resistance, you know? This is our PVZ resistance as well by high drawings. It's been already marked for us auto. Like this 237 is our pivot. And if you look left, like you can see that this is where sellers are. Got to get through this. It's just going to take a bit of effort, but I think there's potential. I'm not seeing the selling pressure up here yet to make me think that this runs over with. If you look at what's actually happening on Footprint, you can see like all we did right here was retest POC from previous candle and bid. So like buy side is still very active where they need to be, gold miner. But we do need to see a bit more strength than the rest of the market. Tech definitely helping push us up here more than anything. But footprint-wise, things look fine. Still very nice buying structure below us here, where we were able to hold. Just got to see how we interact up here into 50s. Lots of selling up here into 50. Might take a bit to build out, you know? I think we lose a lot of momentum below 220. And we should kind of think of it as the end of the auction short term below there. Kind of just expect NQ to rotate around this area while we wait for Russell to figure out if it wants to break. ES coming back down to our previous structure. Other than that, just kind of have to chill if you're already in a position. You just want to sync drawings globally on your chart, Dan. You just click this icon here. It has to be in the same layout, though. Yeah. Oh, I guess you can do globally now instead of layout. I didn't realize that. That's cool. Yes, this is TradingView. Again, 240 was target, and now we're just kind of rotating, waiting for the rest of the market to figure out what it wants to do on these retests. I lose, again, a lot of faith on a look below 220 and then an offer moving down. Until then, I'm just going to stay in my runner. 220 is where I took profit on my first contract, so I'm fine taking profit there again. I would still be 20 points in profit, right? So it's not a big deal. But might as well leave a runner just in case we want to keep going. There's clearly someone eating orders here, but it is what it is. Forty seconds until new 15s. Just watching to see how buyers, if they can eat this up or not. I think if offer is able, again, to push below, we'll just rotate back down to 200s. If buyers are able to eat this up here from these sellers, we'll be looking for a rotation over 40s for any continuation, or it's just going to be chop. Sellers definitely trying, though. New 15s opening now.
What a ES sweeper.
I need a nap. Volatility's a little scary. Buyer's still at 20s, but seller at 30s now. You've got a 10-point range with sellers really trying to sweep this thing under. So far getting eaten. But it's a little uncomfy.
One minute till we get the markets on close imbalance. So market on imbalance, the S&P 500, a sell side of 1.4 billion, Nasdaq 100, a sell side of 870 million, Dow 30, a sell side of 800 million, and the Mag 7, a sell side of 723 million.
Our first look below 20s. We'll see if the offer can hold it on retest here. There is an attempt. Testing it now. See if they get stuffed or not. My Dom just started lagging like crazy on Trade of 8.
Fun.
Holy. Fight the battle here at 20s. Seven minutes left, guys. Okay.
Five more minutes.
I think RTY is going to 40. It's going back down to VWAP into close would be my guess. Excuse me. I'm going to be looking for a pretty decently sized buy side reaction into VWAP on Russell.
At Basra Oil Refinery due to overload fuel oil storage tanks.
Decent amount of liquidity sitting into like 38 to 40. Watching for sellers here into 43 on Russell if they were going to be anywhere for one more leg down. If offer doesn't sit here, then it just rotates back up to 46 with pretty much no issues.
Fed's Waller says the yield curve can be inverted for good reasons if the markets think inflation and therefore rates will be lower in the future.
One and a half minutes. 20 still holding, no issue. Just waiting to see what Russell does here at 43. $50 until close.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding. There it is.
Still a little unsure. I still have my break-even stop at 204. 20s is still fine, but it's a little volatile. 43 is still holding on Russell. I still think that one leg down into view up would be really good. I don't know. But regardless, that's the end of the session. We'll see you all in like 30 minutes for class.
Yep.
Yep.
It's like a Monday. All right, peace out, everybody.
See ya, see ya. If you're new and you want to join us, Black Friday sale is still going on until December 4th. Feel free to take advantage of that. Let me know if you have any questions. Join the Discord. All right. I will see anyone who is not a member. Class is in Discord, in the class channel. We'll be in the voice chat there and streaming there every Monday. Yep. If you have a hard time finding it, just tag us in Discord and we'll link you. What is the sale? We've got quite a few. You can see the full promotion in Discord, but here you go. $33% off annual plans. Code is BF Premium Annual. These are the codes, guys. This right here. This right here. This right here. This right here. BF Premium, BF Indicators, BF Lite, BF Premium Annual, sorry, BF Combo. So you just plug those in. And if you have any trouble doing anything, or if you're not a first-time user but you'd like to take advantage of it, just message Darian and he'll hook you up. All right, I'm gonna head off, but this is available for you as well in the Discord channel. If you need a link to Discord, here you go. We hope to see you all there. If not, I will see you all on Wednesday around 10 a.m. I'll trade for the day. All right, peace, friends.